Good morning, everyone. How's it going? It's time for another bit of lovely Final 2014 streaming. So, let's go ahead and boot up our controllers and our way. And yes, I was going to be doing some Heavensward. I've been doing a playthrough of that, mixing it in with some grinding here and there because I've got the Road to 70 buff, which is an absolute godsend. Also mixing in Final Fantasy XI here. Come on, controller, do it up. No, don't mess with OBS. What the fuck? Okay. There we go. That's what I want it to do.
You good?
Yeah.
Good?
It was being
Okay.
stupid. It was going around and around with OBS. Now, no.
Nah, You silly little bean. You stop your shit right now.
Beans. Ah! Go away forever. What the hell was that? Cat? Come on, no. You little fuzzy feline, you're a menace. Here, lay down. There you go.
That's a basic shape.
Good bean. You may not be claws down, kitty. Only be claws sideways. I don't need you springboarding off my crotch.
Oh, that does not sound pleasant.
No, it isn't. It isn't pleasant when the little bastard does it. Especially when you're only wearing boxers. Like, I already got mauled by the cat when I was trying to give them dewormer. They go like, no, I don't want it. It tastes bad. You're gonna eat it. I don't want it. Needless to say, she felt need to express her disdain for the situation in blood. It didn't actually hurt me, and the scabs are just starting to heal up without a problem, so... Oh, he got me anyway! Oh, you little bastard! Oh.
Boxer? I'm a lover, not a fighter.
I'm being abused by my cat, help!
Oh, well. You know how that goes. Right? You know. It's life.
Oof.
It's life. I'm sorry.
That's kind of painful, Jack. 13 FPS is probably playful. Not playful. Playable. But it's not going to be the best option. I also ninja. What? Are you referring to the classes? I must have had that menu open. Oh, no! It's my hotbar that I have with my little memory thing. Yeah, I have played it a bit. I ended up playing a bit of that at through the Realm Reborn porch, and so let's see. Currently, we stand at about this setup right here with the classes. Well, hey, if it's playable, then why not? That said, play through it a bit, Jack, and see if it's something you can live with before committing to buying the game. Okay? If you feel that you're going to be comfortable playing that, go for it. All I know is if you'd tried to play this at 1.0, your computer would probably be on fire right now. That depends on the game. I used to play a lot of games at very low FPS growing up. I remember The Secret World lagged to fuck on my shitty old laptop. And that was before I had a 680 on my first home... well, not my first, the first modern gaming PC I had. But yeah, it all depends on you for that. Anything you can do to run better. Assuming you probably reduced it to somewhere around 720p. Made sure you turned off the effects. Optimization. It hasn't been something on my radar in a while, but let's see what we can think up here. There's got to be some guide on it somewhere. First thing, of course, make sure that you have all of your drivers up to date. That would be my first step. After that, let's see here. I did find a little bit of a guide for that. I don't know if it's up to date, but you might take a look at it. That was made in 2015, though. But I can't imagine the engine has changed all that much since. Yes, update drivers first. That's always a good place to start. You're going to want to make sure, if you're using NVIDIA drivers, to use the GeForce Experience or whatever it is to download your drivers that you're going to need. And for AMD drivers, do the same, do the equivalent program. Or you can download it directly from the website. Additionally, you're going to want to make sure you do not have anything running in the background, especially shit like what I like. Don't do what I'm doing, like running I don't know how DC face OBS as well. That will also plummet performance. If you have it on an M2, install it. If you have an M2 or a solid state drive, make sure it's installed there. Probably obvious enough, though. I probably don't need to cover that. Fair enough. So, let's see. Let's open up our graphics menu. So if you're using controller, you're going to have a menu like this. Go over to System, and then go to System Configuration. You're going to find a similar method for the PC kind of control. It's going to be the same names, just different a look. Next, we're going to go ahead and look at our display settings. You're probably going to want to go with full screen. And with a lower resolution, that would probably be the best option here would probably be something that keeps with the normal aspect ratio you have on your computer. So if you have a more modern display, you're going to want 16 by 9. If you have more of a square looking one, it's probably a 4 by 3 display, though that's not nearly as common these days. So just stick with that kind of ratio.
Yeah, for your cookies.
Hello, T-Fox. If you have a rectangular one, then it's probably 16 by 9. So 1080p is probably the most standard resolution. And you're going to want to go down from there, keeping the same aspect ratio or relationship between length and width. Now, next, you're probably going to, let's
Definitely teaching people how to use girthy monitors.
No, I'm trying to go over potato mode for this game. So next, in the frame rate section, you're probably going to want to choose limit frame rate when client is inactive, needless to say. That'll also be in the display configuration. Once you've done that, you're going to want to go to graphics. You're probably going to want to immediately go ahead and set it to the lowest, which is probably standard laptop, and then go down from there. All of this, set it to lowest setting. Turn off Enable Wet Surfaces. And you'll definitely want to likely turn on occlusion culling. Good. Excellent. Turn on shadows, hide it all. Shadow quality, use low detail models, if at all, at that point. Shadow stuff is probably not going to be needed to look at. Texture filtering. Make sure you go like... I don't know in that case. Whatever's lowest. Like X4. Movement physics, turn it off for all of them. That'll take down processing power a bit.
Oh, we're invading.
Well, they invaded because they saw Olaf bot.
Welcome into Sparky. Let's see.
Hello.
Sparky's a cutie butt.
What else is new? And let's see, ambient occlusion, lucid, of course. And in cinematic cutscenes, you may want to enable depth of field.
Yep, I have to
Because
use both.
all the cutscenes are in-engine, from my understanding. Meaning, if you lag normally, you're going to lag there too.
Yeah, I was too greedy.
Okay. So that should get you at least started. Beyond
They're
that,
gonna be so behind though, I think.
Jack, go ahead and make sure that you go into you may be able to check the INI folder or config in your folder where you have the game installed and disable things further, but I don't know if that's going to be something that's possible. Also bear in mind that programs like the NVIDIA GeForce Experience have options to help optimize games. So you can just, once the game's been launched the first time and its configuration created, you can simply use that as a tool to just reduce everything as much as possible. Beyond that, there's not much else I have to think about, I'm afraid. Let's see, where am I going? Not a problem at all. I want more people to be able to enjoy the game. It's a good game. Even if it's 9 frames per second, the story's still pretty good, I imagine. But everyone's mileage may vary, as the only place I'm truly a frame rate snob is VR, because if I'm not there, I'm going to throw up. Single-digit FPS in VR is nauseating. Alright. Promises kept. Last vigils were... Ah! It might be, well, as you can see, it has a might run type deal. But beyond
What
that,
the
I'm
hell?
not sure.
I couldn't E? Oh, double...
Right. Go ahead and go to the last vigil. I love the sunbeams coming in across my monitor. I also love sarcasm.
Yay, sarcasm. Also, my program crashed. Yay.
Yay!
Wait, you guys know sarcasm too? What a fine gentleman.
I don't know, something about booties.
Sarcasm sarcasm has a very wide perspective. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's circumference.
Sarcasm, the knight.
I know a guy who finds himself in sticky situations all the time. His name is Circumstance.
No, that's Mr. Syrup.
Dork.
I know a guy who really likes hot sauce, Sriracha.
The knights at the kitchen table. Alright, let's go ahead and begin our quest. If you guys are still doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and briefly deafen myself. All right. Master Baurian, you've come at an excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor a short while ago. Would that you had been present to receive it, but in any event, Sir Emmerich de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invites Master Balrian to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject to you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? Indeed, who would not? You'll forgive me if I seem a bit envious. I shall send words of your acceptance to the Boral Manor at once. When you are ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. They have someone escort you the rest of the way.
Somebody wants to touch my spaghetti.
Why are people touching your spaghetti?
And I will never forget.
I always come in at the weirdest points, don't I?
People should not.
My spaghetti.
People should not be touching your spaghetti.
Spaghetti!
It makes me upsetty.
Upsetty spaghetti.
Yes.
What?
Alphabetic spaghetti.
Oh, Astrologica. There we go. Here we go. Da 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 da. Where am I going? This way. House Burrell Stewart. Greetings and well met, Master Ballion. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward. House Burrell, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble.
Sorry.
Countable on one hand. Are you guys still playing the game?
Yeah, do you want us to move?
For just a little bit.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and take care of it for you, Sparky.
Ooh.
There we go. Stop typing in there with my controller. There we go. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a man of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure. But for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity.
Oh, need it. My printer refused to make prints because
To think the
my
Mughals
printer
would
was
prove
unplugged.
such harsh taskmasters.
Hang on.
There is a massive
Hey,
print queue.
I
hey.
did not know you had
Cutscene.
suffered so in your quest for the horn.
Just-
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days. Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Ah, I haven't said anything because it's voiced currently. Why not join me on the next?
Well, truth be told, when I think back on the sweeping vistas of the churning mists, I do feel some slight pangs of wanderlust. Alas, much as I would like to accept your invitation, I fear my present duties with the House of Lords demand my undivided attention. Someday, perhaps. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm.
Oh.
If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and...
Yeah, big kitty.
May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
I don't think I get paid in cat toys, Jack.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did he. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
And in we go.
Yes.
Is that Alize, Alphino's twin sister?
I think my computer's
She ran
ink
afoul of the
cartridge
Warriors of
is,
Darkness.
malfunctioning.
Ouchie.
It's putting like melted plastic onto it somehow.
How are you printing with melted plastic?
I don't know, but it looks like melted plastic. It feels like melted plastic.
Probably a weird toner or weird paper you're using. I don't know.
I think it's toner.
I think you need a new printer.
Maybe.
It sounds like it's a piece of crap.
Well, it's an HP Office inkjet. So
Let's be honest, printers and other things aren't built to last these days.
well, planned obsolescence is a terrible thing.
Yep. Next cutscene. Here we go.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister.
I think he's late teens or early 20s, probably. Not sure. I don't think it's ever stated.
Reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphino. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer. The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
He gets into situations a little bit big for him. Hey, Borb, how you doing?
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Hello, Freyr. Welcome back. As of Shadowbringers, they're 16. Good fucking god, they're going through a lot at that damn age. This goes to show, in more medieval societies, you were considered an adult when you could actually start doing adult things, not when you were old enough, necessarily.
That makes me sad.
Surely they won't let... Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Kayurgins. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for ends on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? Excellent, that's great to hear, Jack. Go forth and enjoy. At least as much as you can. Even if it may not look as pretty as it is on max settings, it's probably still an excellent story to enjoy. Yep, that's pretty much what I heard. Shadows of the First. Here we go. So the warriors of darkness and the Ascians have conspired to bring about Garuda's summoning so they might put her to the sword. You playing a Lalafell? We call them footballs. Potato, football, etc. They're bigger than the Taru Taru from 11, though. At least I think they are. We first encountered them in Lorstath Nath when they were confronting Ravana. Gods. Has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, squander her gift at our peril. Now, will you accompany to Zelvatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the beastman's intrusion into Kurthan lands to a point, but a summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. We'll have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelfatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all. And Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. Evil lawn ornaments. Oh, jeez. Well, let's be honest. There's been several Lalafell villains so far. And unsavory Lalafells, too. Just because they look like little kids does not mean... How do you talk to the green hunk? Yes, Freyr. Well, you have to walk up and press... I use controller. I don't know what you use, but I use X button after selecting them. Or that or A, depending on how you map out your controller. I was to cross to Selvatal by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure a safe passage through the mountains and escort you hence to Selvatal. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the XIV. I should be glad of their assistance, Lord Admiral. Well, here's the thing. Clothes are fun in this game. You can be a fashionista with the glamours and all that. The event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, I shall share with you the additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. Teleport! Bitches! Look up. What am I looking for? Oh yeah! Camp Dragon. There we go, I hit the button. I'm not hitting any special button, Freyr, that's for certain. As much as you might enjoy that. Besides, I thought that was more of a lever. I feel like switching controllers. Here we go. Have you everything you require, then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass to the north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that House Fortemps have already dispatched them. Enemy's gates lie open. We need but walk through. Big butt dragons. Oh man, he's thick.
as a cute, thick-ass boy.
Master Baldian, Master Alphanor, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they're up to something. You don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatal and aid you as you see fit. Given the numbers we are like to encounter, a two-pronged approach may be best. While some of the knights and I feign a larger attack to draw the attention, I suggest you slip into the defenses and locate the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, you should only have to deal with some few patrols. But if you are not, you may be forced to do battle with the Warriors of Darkness. Zelphatal, now accessible. Alright, who wants to do a dungeon run? Whee! I don't remember this one. You want to join me, Borb? You have a character available to do so. A way to not... What do you mean? Are you using keyboard controls or something else, Jack? Because I use a controller, personally. Which basically means I just hold it in whatever direction I want and turn the camera. Or... I believe that there might be some things for that, but I don't know. I haven't used it in ages. Yeah, you can. Same as anything else with that. So you can just hold right click and just swing it around. Like this. This is my trackball doing spin. Woo!
Turns out my class today was canceled. Okay.
Oh, I guess you're hanging out with us then, aren't you?
I guess.
Get to hang out with us losers.
I never called you losers, though.
I know, I'm being a doofus.
No, you're not a loser. Stop it.
Oh, wait, what? VRC fucked up again? What'd they do now? Pray inform me what stupidity they did this time. What about Melon Loader this time? I already know that they basically threatened the person who made Melon Loader. I'm going to use it all I damn well please if I get onto VR chat. Yeah, I already saw that. They were pestering Herb Derpenstein. Because here's the thing. The quality of life features that are offered by modding VR chat are just simply too good. And they refuse to fix problems. They refuse to fix things that could get you screwed over by people. VR chat is a security nightmare. They also don't actually do things like, say, hardware ban people who steal avatars and other things. So basically, they just tell you to go get fucked. It's simple as that. Personally, I prefer Neos. I don't really stream it because, honestly, I don't know what I'd stream doing in Neos, but eh. But that said, if anyone wants to run a dungeon with me, they're welcome to join. Otherwise, it's time to go ahead and just throw my lot into the queue. So, you have to get leveled up, hun. Sorry. You're a long way from being able to join any of the dungeons with me. I'll probably be more than happy to help you if I'm actually online. But keep in mind that you won't be able to actually join any of my dungeons until you're at Heavensward. And I'm at the latter end of the expansion getting ready for Stormblood. So, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to progress the story far enough. To get dungeons, you have to progress the story far enough to where you're basically about level 15 or so. If you're on a preferred world, you're going to blow right past that, let me tell you. And you may want to consider leveling other classes while you're doing that if you have any interest in them. Additionally, once you hit a certain point in the story, you're going to get an option to go to the Satasha dungeon. And you're going to have a little Hall of the Novice thing you can do before that shows you all the basic mechanics you'll be expected to know in dungeons. At that point, you get your first dungeon unlocked, and dungeons will unlock as you progress the story. Dungeons are an awesome way to get character classes up. But a class must be 15 or higher in order to go into a dungeon. So, if you want to level characters via dungeons, you're going to have to get that class up to 15 on its own first. Also, you're going to probably want to experiment and see what kind of role you want to play. You're going to have tanks, damage, and healers. Not as complicated as some of the older MMOs, honestly. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and queue for this. Let's see what happens. Time to get fucked. And it's not big and scary. It's gonna be a little bit confusing the first time you run dungeons, needless to say. You're welcome to come and join me if you want, Freyr. That's gonna be Conjurer. That means you start in Gridania. So choose Conjurer as your first class if you want to go to White Mage. Keep in mind that you can also unlock another healing class, the Scholar, via Arcanist from Limsa Laminsa, but it doesn't become a healer until level 30. Limsa Laminsa! The Pirate City. I fucking love Limsa. Marrowweb is awesome. But then again, I honestly, I have to say that I like Ul'dah and Limsa over Gridania, but there's some great stories no matter where you start the game. So don't be afraid of whatever city-state you're getting pushed to start with by choosing your starting class. Just go through it, enjoy the story, it's a great ride. You'll eventually be able to pick up all classes on a single character, so you do not have to have more than one character. Which means you can just choose the basic subscription when you get to that point, should you choose to buy the game outright, and play that way. Because why would you need more than one character? Unless you're doing hardcore fucking raiding and have no life. Not that I judge anyone who has that situation, because let's be honest, a lot of us are probably stuck indoors at home even now.
I like indoors.
The thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that this will probably last even longer than most people want it to. Simply because people are stupid and do things like go and hang out on beaches and crowded areas during spring break. Like, congratulations, you're going to start a new pandemic, you idiots, and it's going to mutate, meaning the whole vaccination thing might not help as much. It will help, but is it going to be as effective when you keep getting reinfected with things and spreading around new virus strains? No! Wear a mask, wear a mask. Is it really much to ask? Lepis. Aw, you popped in just as I started.
Sorry.
It's fine.
I'm still trying to wake up, even though I made breakfast, made coffee, got everything going.
Oh, this place has great music.
Where are you?
Huh? Zelphatol.
Oh, so you're in the level 60s area stuff.
Yep. I decided to do story content.
Alright, looks like I'm...
Run away from the falling rocks!
Run away from the smooshers.
It still confuses me how you get so loud sometimes.
Me?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, rock! That actually startled me a bit. There we go, that's dead. Moving on. Yay, rock! And away from this sacred place, featherless ones will. Die, 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 die. Woo! Ouch. That was awkward. This is such a weird boss. It's an Ixal floating with a balloon harness. Fly free, we will! They have a giant Goobu. And up we go. Hang on, I'll get to your message in just a moment. I play on Coral, which is on the Crystal Data Center. But yeah, you can choose any world on the data center and still play with others. Keep in mind, you can only go into a guild or a free company with people on that data center. I mean, with on your actual world. The data center, though, you can still matchmake and visit and play with others. Okay.
Until Windwalker, then you can trade data centers.
Yeah, and before they cut off Balmung from it. They called off specific servers because everyone's going to try to go to those. Quarantine Balmung. Ah, you got your big strong dudes. I'm gonna come and smash you in the face. These things have Luffy arms. My level has been synced to 60.
Rats.
Ooh, you got a nice stick.
What?
It's got a nice stick, see? Okay, I know what I need to do now. I need to keep my back towards the center. Ow! Oh, I did a dumb. I did a dumb. I hit the wrong button.
You hit your immortality for 30 seconds.
30 seconds. It lasts that long? That's bullshit.
But it's Tank Buster. Either that or it's like 10 or 15, I forget which. Almost never have to use it.
Generally very specific situations, I imagine.
Typically Savage or endgame content.
Basically, fuck you mode.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't even know what resolution you have it on currently. You could try going into the configuration, but I don't know if it'll give you additional options like that.
Yep. System configuration, screen mode, windowed, borderless windowed, and then adjust. Well, give me a sec.
Maybe you
you'll
might
want
be able to
regular
advise them.
windowed, and then you can customize your resolution, both preset and custom. Yeah, system configuration while you're in game.
Nobody ever grabs the airstone. If you could type it out for him, Darius. Thank you.
And you want it smaller than that?
I was thinking they could do some modification of config files, but I don't know how to do that.
Same.
Eat Angie Birdman.
Then I don't touch that point, because even then...
I'm gonna move this over here. No, stack, 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 stack! Okay.
I think that's the first time that you actually have to stack on anybody.
No, it isn't.
That I remember right away.
You have to do it with Nidhogg and even before that.
Ah, right. But this is the first fight that actually uses it as a regular mechanic.
That's outside of a quote-unquote raid.
Yeah.
Except these people are not really paying attention to it.
No, chances are they're either A, really new, or B, unfortunately, trying to just burn him down because what's a mechanic?
A mechanic is important.
Mechanic keeps you alive.
Oh, whoa. Come on, DPS, limit break.
They're waiting for the tier 2.
It already is there, and yet they're not doing it. Ah, well. Hello, Wolf. How you doing? Bingo. Something like that. There we go. Tired from work? Aw. That's no good. Cutscene.
Thank the gods. What happened? So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Yeah, you gotta make money to fuel that Lego addiction of yours, don't you?
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
I also noticed that they're doing more of a party of 6 like you'd see in Final Fantasy XI.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned.
Yep, that's right, Wolf.
We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot...
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumal. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Asians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Asians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Well then. Heavy shit.
Yep.
All things considered, we should be grateful we survived that encounter. You think it'd be true that to save their world they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Which wanton destruction is beyond justification, whatever their means. They must be stopped. Sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Forgive me, but this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights that can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I would like to see my sister's condition is improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. I believe I'm closing in on the end of Heavensward.
Potentially.
Almost work time. Worky dergy. It was fun playing with you last night, Freyr. I'm still kind of eager to see what Stormblood has to offer, because I really didn't get that far. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us. Well, what news from Zelphatol? Then we are not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for who remained behind, Mistress Y'shtola has been tending to Miss Alice in your absence. I am pleased to report that she regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is resilient and much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelphatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize.
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor-bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascian's dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
I still think it's funny that they're both wearing a half of a single set of earrings.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Haru strikes again! Would I be right in assuming that you have not spoken to my sister since one of the memorial services, was it? By the 12, it seems a lifetime ago. I would like to both have grown since. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Now she's dressed like a badass. Right then, shall we be off? Haru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12th she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. You remember the time in the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please, she was not made of..." Can we not have this conversation in front of the warrior? Oh, that's awkward. So be it. Another time, perhaps. It is an honor, Thel. I realize that we are barely acquainted, and I have heard so much about you. Hardly feels that way. Good to have you with us. New garments aside, I must say that you seem different, more resolute than we last met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend I have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that is all. Fair enough. Let us depart to the Waking Sands, then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Pepis. Still using Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets, even all the way into this. Wow.
I'm surprised they haven't put an Aether right there just yet.
Well, they didn't have it there as a story reason. Ul'dah basically wanted to push the Scions into being more aligned with themselves. Recall?
Yeah, as I said, I'm surprised they don't have it set up that way now.
Oriange, apologies for calling on you unannounced. I'm not sure what to tell you though, then, Jack. Why must Alpha know? Would that a scholar had seen fit to grant me the knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here to this day? Warriors of Darkness, Everjack, pray allow us to explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives: identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere, of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither. Every day did I receive tidings most troubling from the Strait of Maralthar. Ogomoro stirreth. There whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries. And thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, then. Thank you for your counsel, Oriange. Pray inform us when you learn aught else. Now. If I may, brother. Oriange, is there anything else you would like to say? Alice? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you are normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Order had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be joined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I have heard tell of a promising tome, the Garen Oracle. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Not sure if I want to deal with those. Heaven hells, at this rate I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Huh? Whatever it is, we don't have any. Want any. I'll fancy that, just when my kobold problems coming to a head, the signs of the 7th dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing, and what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ugomero have been much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotting one sniffing about the stores right now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search for the camp for the little bugger, would you? The Maelstrom friends seemed notably agitated when we first arrived. Know any of what that might be? Kobold at the camp, you say? Would appear to corroborate Urianga's information. However, we would be reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to his efforts as passing strange. Well, there will be a time to think on it later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. I suddenly have a desire for turkey leg. The ones that have theme parks are absolutely divine. Geeky kobold. Stay back! Away, far! I'm not a... That's pointless, hopeless, no use. Please don't hurt me, I only wish to talk. Yes, just talk. The panicking little kid. This is a stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. He found me again. What to do, what to do, what to do. I come in peace only to talk. Speak, say talk. So please, please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on their edge. Could very well give one a bruised knee. Oh no! Asked for help, but when soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now let's all keep a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What's your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of 620th Order. At least, I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino, this is my sister Alice. Well, the man who found you is our friend, and now, what you know our names, can be friends too. I am there. I was going to hurt you, alright? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch's going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him. Beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others. But the Patriarch won't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. Awesome. He said that they didn't have iron in their hearts and they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away. I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace. I did not want to believe it, but I've heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon a more powerful incarnation of their gods. By the 12, that is sickening! No one listens to Gabu. No matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too, so please help Gabu stop Patriarch and save his parents. It will look like Garbo if you lure it into potato mode. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate their kobold stronghold, secure the crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual, but they would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. You heard, Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them. If we gather enough, he will return. The Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. You know where these crystals are stored? Oh, I know. Oh, several spots. They are each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Quickly, quickly! Have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way, this way!
Dump truck ass.
I'm gonna fly a dragon with a dump truck ass. Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cat. Did you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain the crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle with imagining kobolds arriving to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less to conceal their origins. I suspect these were smuggled into Vilebrand, the other party, most likely a pawn of the Ascians, as Thancred speculated. I don't understand. Who are the Ascians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Ah, never mind about that, but as Alice said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cat? Yes, Gabu knows the way. Next one is the last and very large. Very big, very huge, very large. Make sure you do your quests every so often, though, okay? I think you'll get one every 5 levels. Blap, 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 blap.
Why did he want the resolution so small, though?
Potato computer.
Ah.
You cast throughout for a time, you say no sign of crystals. And found it. What about you, Thel? Any luck? Nothing, nothing, nothing. This cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted, saw. Must have been moved them, yes? The question is where to and why. Dunno Gomro, where they summoned Titan once before and mean to do so again. It's the only explanation. What about Mother, Father, and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time of stealth is past. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first, give me your crystals. I might deliver them to Commander Bellion's Cuttist. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Crystal spell, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloden of the situation. Go ahead. As I recall, there is an aetherite within her Golmero mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of action, but this is what you'd prefer? Then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way! Ding! I'm not sure what to tell you. It could have been the graphics card going out. Not going out necessarily, but maybe just shutting down. Try turning it on again. If it's still not working, go ahead and we may need to see if you need to reboot, Jack. Are you sure it's only just the monitor? So try turning it on.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Dork.
I'm not a dork. You're the dork.
Okay. Try shutting the monitor on and off. You might even try plugging and unplugging it, but that's still not working. It may have been the video driver crashing. You may need to consider a reboot of the PC. Be right back, just a moment. Alright, here we go. I'm back. Oh, let's go ahead and have a chat with Alice. I take it this is the Aetheryte we seek? Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go, and I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Thel. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, you clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! Will not suffer any further delays! Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers, here! But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace. You monster! How could you? Aye. We are but servants of Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he may draw upon the strength of his children to defend them from the tyranny of the Overdwellers. No, Alice. Not yet. I understand, Patriarch. I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure those that threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. It need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course, cease your attempts to summon your god, and work with us together to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned by the Overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you! Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers! You take, and you take, and you take, and when you have had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. When we dare defend ourselves, you declare this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That our god drains the land of Aether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands. You'll not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something. Please. 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 Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Heaven the hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alpha, no. Leave him to me. Anky Carbuncle. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, just as it surely would the supplications of the faithful. Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this uncation of Titan seems capable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it may be that not many crystals were present. They represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Aether, the stronger he will grow. Should Titan be permitted to leave Orgomero, more lives will be lost. Maelstrom will rally their troops and the cycle will continue. Well, you know it must be done. Face them once more. Thank you, my friend. Alisei and I will go to Gabu. You have finished with the primal? Look for us at Camp Overlook. We'll be expecting you. Okay. It's time for the Naval Hard.
I'm ready, I'm a monk.
Anyone else care to join in? Let's see. Duty fine, and invite you first. Friend list. Oops, I've invited the wrong person. Come on, program. Oh.
My Q wasn't popping anyway.
No worries. I just misclicked them. So, tanking this, it's basically kill the Gales as fast as possible, or dancing around to avoid shit, usually, right?
Yep.
Same mechanics otherwise.
Yeah. Avoid the giant streak. He spawns exploding goals this time around. They don't capture anybody, but they do go boom, and they hurt.
Yay, boom. We can do it unsynced if you want, but I don't know.
Nah.
You'd rather just do it normal?
Yeah. Encourages people on the duty finder too.
Encourages them?
Yep.
I'm confused.
Because of the fact that it's only a hard, a lot of people have saved up their duty finders, their dailies, for about now. So they're just gonna burn through these real fast. Or at least try to.
Dailies for duty finder? You mean... Oh, you mean like
The
leveling?
trials. Yeah, like leveling, main scenario, shit like that.
Fair enough.
Main scenario quests could be anything from a dungeon fight to...
Guys, oh, fuck.
To like the cash room of the Praetorium.
At least I didn't get it on my chair.
Trials are the primal fights flat out, usually.
Or any other similar fight.
And leveling incorporates everything. It could even include a raid. Well, not really a raid, but you get the idea.
You mean full party?
Yeah.
You don't mean alliance.
Right.
So, Freyer helped me get to a little bit further in Final Fantasy XI, though.
Nice. I might just leave my subscription today.
Up to you. You're welcome to join me anytime I play it, though.
I know, I'm just saying I don't think I can maintain myself in there like I used to.
Fair.
It's great for the nostalgia and everything, but I feel just so far behind despite being
far ahead.
Pretty much, no, far behind. There's a lot of in-game content they've come out with, and
well, we could do that together when I get to that point.
True.
Granted, we'll probably have to find a link shell at that point. Because I doubt I have enough people I doubt I can wrestle enough people into the game to actually do it with the community outside of it. So I'm probably going to have to look within and find people who are okay with me streaming it. Okay, this is going to take forever.
Would you prefer I switch to my own and we just unsync it?
Let's just kill it. I'm gonna go ahead and withdraw. I'd rather just blow through it at this point because I've done it before.
Yeah.
And I want to get on with the story. I'm gonna go ahead and switch to my warrior just so I can hit it harder.
Is your warrior higher level?
Yep. 65.
Well, you should survive its hits now.
Yeah, even at 61 I probably would. Because this is a hard boss. It's not the extreme. This unlocked at the end of Realm Reborn. It's a level 50 one. So, ready?
Yeah.
Alright, let's see. Wrong button. Duty finder. Settings. Undersized party.
Yep.
And I just need to do that. I don't need to do anything else, right?
Right.
Okay, we should be good. Right one. The naval hard. Yep, I set it up right. So we don't get trapped in the gales. They just explode.
There is a gale that will trap us, but
just break it.
Yeah.
2 tanks. This is funny. Said I'd come, I said I'd come. Oh, Titan's going just bonkers right now. Oh, we dealt enough damage to make him do it twice in a row. Wow.
No, he does it twice in a row now.
Mother, father, I can't find you. And I got galed. Thank you. I really do think this fight gives a lot of insight into exactly how summoning works, though. An uncomfortable view of it. The bomb boulders aren't doing shit. Never mind. Oh, Star Globe of Crags. Neato.
Doubt it'll really improve half of my astrologian, but we'll see.
Alright, there we go. Overlook. Switch class again. There we go. Power save mode, that's weird. Hope you can get it to work a little bit more stably. I'm just glad I advised you of the trial before you bought the game.
Yeah, that's definitely a big help.
I see a two Lorgans.
Don't you always cheat? Oh, there he is.
Does it work?
Tell us something else that you see. What else do you see?
Okay. I see the hedgehog.
Okay.
And parts of them are fluffy.
I guess.
And, the fluffy
And
parts
some of them are spiny.
Man's throwing marshmallows.
Cute as a matter of opinion. I do not have to accept opinions.
My opinion is always correct.
Ah, there he is. Did I
In
not
your
tell you he'd
opinion.
return safe and sound? The deed is done then? Titan is no more? Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He has been like this since he regained consciousness. Believe he can hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, must be put to death like any other thrall, such as the Alliance's policy, yes? Have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Ysael's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on the eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which we may never come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Blodian of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he would be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Aye, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I'd feared the worst. They said that you had matters well in hand. All settled then, is it? Glad to hear it. Not half as glad as my men'll be to believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal. There ain't a soul there. Don't get me wrong, like, we're all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. I know you have a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? Be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bay.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed.
Oh, Alex.
But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity, and perhaps in so doing find my own purpose in this sea of chaos.
Ah, well, welcome in all the same.
My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve, and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Let's see. Traveled far and wide with two. Onion.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light.
I'm doing quite well, Overlord. Welcome on in. You're having a good morning?
As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
See you later, Alex. Safe, okay?
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Asians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done.
Mlem.
What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
Welcome back, Kibaru. How's it going? Hey, Hawthorne, careful of the creaking.
Oh, sorry about that. I think the printer...
Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Was but with a moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via Link Pearl. They have some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It seemed that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Emmerich believes it's only a matter of time before the culprits are found. But we shall have to wait and see. Ah, laying into the antagonizing already, I see.
No, not at all.
I'm not sure if I'd go as far as calling the Re precious. It is rather loud.
I still think it's precious because it comes from him.
In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they are too flush with Ishgardian crystals. With that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where is Alice? She was here a moment ago, with Gabu. Oh my god, its sparkles burn my eyes!
You are now back in Ratchet and Clank. Kaboom.
Lovely Phoenix. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother? Commander Bolden? Something tells me you're not here solely out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. Not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it, beneath the anguish and despair. He's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given a chance. Till he comes back to us, until we know for certain what came of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help us secure the better part of the crystals, this wouldn't have turned out a damn sight worse. Than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will the Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to. I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. When it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never, ever forget. Come along, little bud. I will remember them, and you, Alice. You. Alright, sleep well when you do, Tifa.
Yes.
Bonk.
Well, you say sleep well when you do. I just said I'm going to sleep.
Oh, you said in a minute here. Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make my bed, and by that I mean I'm gonna make my mattress not half falling off my bed, and then I'm gonna
Flop time!
My mattress topper keeps trying to fall off my bed.
Alright. Well, sleep well, Foxer, okay?
You too. You have a good one.
Yep,
Enjoy your stream.
Good night, pretty princess.
You have a good one, and oh, you're trying to smooth talk me. You're trying to smooth talk me like a smoothie you are.
He's not smooth. He's furry.
I'm fluffy.
Okay, and you have a good night too, Prickles.
Okay.
Thank you for the host. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. Time he will recover. Those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. Hey, what is that? That was a weird ring. 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning.
Sorry, that was an alarm.
Oh.
I used that to make sure I actually do stuff on time, but I don't have a class today, so I just forgot to take that off. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's fine. Just going like, wait, what's that? Okay.
I thought you were about to sing "Oh Canada."
No. I don't even know this. I don't even know the song, and I'm not kidding. So apparently T-Foxer really wants to change.
I wonder why.
Well, I don't know. I think every place has some way in which it's kind of shit. Just have to choose which one you're more tolerant of.
Oh, I mean, I was just wondering. I mean, it's not like you have like a romantic interest in each other, right? You know.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Woo! on earth? That's
I was
weird...
opening a coffee cup, believe it or not.
That was weird. Sorry. Is this a better axe? Yes, it is a better axe. I am going to equip it. And that looks kind of freaky looking. One of these days I need to get the Bravura, but...
The Bravura?
Yeah, the Bravura, the big axe. That's kind of the iconic warrior one. But doing those quests is like ripping out your teeth.
So bittersweet.
I'm not looking forward to having that wisdom tooth ripped out. Well, cut out. It's better to cut it out rather than ripping it out, because you'll have a chunk of bone taken out if you do that. I don't know why I'm doing first person all of a sudden. We have heard the glad tidings from Orgomero, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsalaminsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. We have failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting. We did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means of unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. But let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou did request, I sought out the Garen oracles. We might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Through their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture. One of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin by every umbral calamity. 7 times they have succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as my late Menphilia spoke unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections, when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone and umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call. Flow into the endless sea, there they endure as one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative. For if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner of the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, and in death there is life. The essence of a soul, which returneth to the source, may yet be born anew. Saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a... Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It seemed that a sizable shipment of crystals has been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange, do you believe this will work with the same as Jishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? Thank you for the host, Reaper! Boop! I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, unless thou wonder of their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. They also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest. And yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me, we must seek out the resistance group that received the crystals without delay. Belle, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I'd like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. You ever walk in the light of the crystal? Undoubtedly good. Afternoon, Alice, Belle. Are you listening? Good. I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. Cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded a confirmation that they were in employ, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them. The crystals too? But few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem that they dispatched one final shipment the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of the local resistance group. Since Sir Amaric's men no longer need of my services, I've a mind to head that way. As do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ah, and I was thinking that I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a moment. There is more. I defy you to not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Again, Thancred. I fear I must inform you that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago, and I plan to contact Y'shtola next. There's someone else you would have had me notify first. No, there isn't. Yes, you missed the tea, Foxer. They went for sleeps.
Couldn't give him a good night hug.
Well, you can give them one when they wake up, I guess.
True.
What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that she sought Urianja's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon is one of the grandfather's most dedicated pupils. He spent as much time at the Leviera estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later then, Little Alamigo awaits. Time to switch controllers because this one's nice and cool.
You just change out controllers?
Yeah, I can just hot swap them through Steam. And
I keep my controllers in the refrigerator so they're cold.
there we go. Alright, hurry back, Reaper. Pepis. Southern Fallon. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It's been a bit long day. You have something to say? Ariange? Oh, I've always just struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, Thel, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then, we have more pressing matters. Since we have no idea where Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, and our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance movements. The challenge of the course will be finding individuals who are able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would make sensible to divide our forces. Now, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alice and I will do the same in the west. Afterwards, we rendezvous and share our findings. Different. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he has also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder. Guardians won't stop until we're all under the yoke. Pepis.
Ew, yoke.
Yankee Oscar Kilo Echo.
Gross. Foxtrot Uniform Charlie Kilo. Gross.
Tango Foxtrot? What?
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot?
The Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not going to be any use to him. If you set store by these tales of a secret weapon, good luck to you. I'm too old for the Mask's bedtime stories. This is a lot. This is our lot. Time we got used to it. Talabot. See you going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I bet. Seems they're the talk of Little Alamigo these days. Folks wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under the mask of his, I suppose. Some say he's hardly got a face with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire. And that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I know already. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they're most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is ever channeled in the direction of a primal. Never channeled as a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group that which received the crystal shipments, we lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gunderbold are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Shall we? I can already tell this is starting to lead into the events leading up to Stormblood, though. Pretty sure we won't have much longer for Heavensward itself. Much as it pleases me to see you again, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. Hearing you and yours have been asking questions. Griffin? I know of him. As do we all. He and his masks became a leading faction within the Resistance. Though, there was a suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander, and are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilrin. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions. You were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes, weigh his words with your own heart. Convenient. It's a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You go on ahead, I'll stay and wait for him. Well, I could always change if I really wanted to. However, I can't apply glamour plates here.
Good morning.
Hello. Hello, Atarius. How are you doing?
I was eating some breakfast here.
Hey, Atarius.
Three of my good friends are streaming, but when I say streaming, they're doing April Fool's streams, as in starting soon screens that never end.
Really? That's not very classy of them.
Oh, last year my friend Edgar, he had his starting stream up. He played 24 hours of Photograph in the Fortnite category, which is a game he doesn't play.
Oh no.
Now, what would be a very good prank is if they had the countdown, but the countdown was 24 hours.
No, he did occasionally do his actual intro video. He'd throw that in every once in a while, like he was actually going to start. But then he'd go right back to playing Photograph.
I'd rather not cock tease people with a stream. I like to be nice. Now, if it was something like Fortnite that I never do and people know I hate, now that would be funny.
Yeah, I see. I think next year what I do is I would just stream a bunch of different things, and then I'd just be adamant about not playing a certain game. But then on April 1st, I start playing the game, and it's like, all right, guys, well, welcome to this stream. This is my first time. Anyway, we're playing Death, and just go full character on that one. Hilarious.
Go full potato. Okay.
I have my April Fool's thought was ending soon, go into introduction, have an actual game, and then during raid have it be starting soon.
Oh, so it's opposite day then, is that it? Anyway, we're gonna have a cutscene, I think, in a moment. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same...
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
I will say there, I do like his voice actor.
Yeah.
It's a very the speech was very rousing.
Well, it's rousing and not arousing. I'd be a little bit concerned if that was the case.
You know, people are allowed to be aroused by rallying speeches. Okay.
I mean, did you ever watch the first? Did you ever watch the first speech that Merlib gave during, like, before the remembrance ceremony, when you had to go to Limsa Lamensa, or when you started there?
Oh, really?
I was just like, oh my god, that's why I wanted to join the Maelstrom. I'm like, I would let this woman lead me into battle, and I would die for her.
Oh, I was saying, you got turned on by that speech, or
No,
not in that way. No,
it was rousing, not arousing.
Yes.
Anyway,
just double checking. This is an 18+ stream, right?
it is. Why do you think I have so many bad jokes?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, because I was about to use the term. There are some speeches that are so rousing when somebody stands firm for something that they believe in so truthfully, and they put so much passion behind it.
Oh my god!
Some people get something known as a leadership boner, and it happens. It's very real.
Well, it's like, hang your standard on this thing, then. I got a poll for it.
But It gives a whole new meaning to standing firm.
I'm just saying that it's
Standing
a
at
thing.
attention?
Oh, God.
You get an inspiration.
I know there's tons of bad jokes I could go into that are even worse at this point. Alright, anyway, cutscene. And you, I thought it was pretty obvious you would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believed that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Uldar. We would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right. They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo. All at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let go of that unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, Boldorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and the General Raubon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were more embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier, and I gather by your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, we have heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Curious. It is well known that we are no friends of Garlemald. One would think a man we saw beseeching all the sundry to join his cause would welcome us. I should say that the man you saw is not in fact the Griffin, but was an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard, you know, to make all of it. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the, a better sense of the man. Oh, the good bit. And now we have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with confidence that he would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference of power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. If anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed. That is assuming you'll have us.
Also, while we're kind of in a break for a moment, can I say that although I appreciate them adding Alphinode's outfit to the game, I do not like the way that they did it.
Doesn't fit well.
You can only... the whole outfit, everything, fits in the jacket slot, and if you have a character with a tail, it cuts it off.
No.
So Thal running around with no tail.
I've been holding in sneezes.
Fuck no.
Ouch.
Don't explode, Hawthorne.
I'm not gonna explode, but just ouch.
Your brain's gonna swell up like a balloon. Hup.
No, 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 no.
Bepis. Anyway, let's have some shout-outs for some of the lovely beings that are here today.
No.
Assuming this is the right spelling. I don't know. Did I spell your name right, Hawthorne, in it? I don't know if that's your channel name.
I'm not looking at the Twitch stream. I'm looking at the Discord stream.
Oh,
so I can
derp.
check.
Well, it is your name, right? Or did I just send people to some weirdo?
What was the name?
Hawthorne.
Hawthorne.
Just Hawthorne?
Yeah.
You sent them to some weirdo.
Okay. Well, then ignore that
are you-
one.
I was gonna say, are you not yourself a weirdo?
Well, different weirdo.
No,
It's
a
the
weirdo
weirdo
that's
we
not
know,
you.
not the weirdo we don't know. So
No, I'm Hawthorne Gregorio. That's one name.
I'll go ahead and delete that then.
What's your Twitch name?
Capital G.
That's- well, either way.
But I haven't streamed in a while as well, so I don't
You need
know.
to stream. You stream.
I'll stream when I graduate, which might very well be in like 3 weeks. So we'll
That would
see.
be awesome. You better be studying for that test and get your project done.
I'm an acting student. We don't have tests.
You have practicals, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, speaking of practicals, I was doing a practical for artisan bread one time in culinary school, and I forgot to add the salt to the bread recipe for my final practical.
I think you told me about that. You said the bread turned out okay, but it was just flat. Like,
No,
you
it wasn't
missing
flat.
something.
Here's the thing: if you don't add salt to the bread, it tastes bad. There's an entire town in Italy that, out of pure spite because of a tax on salt, refuses to this day to put salt in their bread. And I go like, bleh! But thankfully, the teacher had a cold that day and couldn't couldn't breathe through her nose, so she only had the texture of the bread to go on. So I passed with flying colors.
Nice.
Yeah, you did.
That's a
you
lucky
did-
break and a half.
You did tell me that story. Yeah.
Yeah, I also
don't
didn't know
remember.
that she doesn't eat bacon or pork products, and I ended up making a savory dessert of candied bacon and French toast.
Well, did she fail you for that?
No, she just said, keep in mind, I'm not going to swallow this. So don't be
She
offended.
just puts it in her mouth and chews it and then spits it out.
Yeah, she did.
Fair enough.
Twitter for quarters.
It's like a wine tasting.
Anyway, for next step we go. If it is as you should expect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain him confirmation, while there's yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he would be one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while we may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can certainly probably tell us his master's plans in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify of your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person and arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part while we maintain the charade. Until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talbot. You'll have to rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? All seems simple enough, thank you. With that, though, let us be off. Oh, jeez, I have to do this again.
Oh, that's amazing.
Eh, you want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're those ones with the gill, and seeing as you're friends with Papalimo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and, treated to your tastes. I'll be off with you before someone else sees us together. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change, see you at a good spot Papalino marked on our maps. The cutining.
Oh, I wish more games did this.
What?
How the so you know that Outriders game that's coming out today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They've detailed how they're gonna deal with cheaters.
Oh, what are they gonna do? Toss them on an island?
No, actually.
What?
For context, at the time when we reached around 2 million players, we identified 200 players who had clearly cheated. In percentage terms, that's 0.01%. We can see you all. Yes, even the person who gave themselves 600 legendary weapons. We trust that this percentage will not grow, guys. But below are the steps we will take to ensure that legit players will not have their fun spoiled. Repercussions are account-wide, not character-specific. You will not be able to matchmake with legit players. Matchmaking will likely take significantly longer. You will still be able to play solo. In the future, your HUD will have a discrete but visible watermark placed on it so that gameplay footage created on this account can be readily identified as coming from a flag account. Basically, you're going to be branded like cattle, basically.
That's a good thing. Did you know in EverQuest 2, they actually went ahead and sent the cheaters to a special server?
Yep. That's basically what they're doing on this, too.
Yeah. Make the cheaters play with each other. And only each other.
In Destiny 2, the Crucible has a specialized server where there's nothing but cheaters.
I didn't know they did that.
Don't people just abandon their accounts at that point, though?
No.
Huh.
No visible watermark on the account except for on the administrative side. And they can queue as per normal. And they don't see anything wrong because usually it's just automated bots.
Fun. Anyway, be right back.
Though, to be fair, I think cheaters are going to see that as a challenge.
I thought Outriders was only going to be a single player game.
It's it's 3-player co-op, but it's strictly PvE.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's something akin to something like Warframe.
More like Destiny.
More like Destiny-esque.
It's Destiny, only better.
Better?
Yeah, everyone a lot of people thought that this was just gonna be like another looter shooter, but apparently a lot of people really, really like this game. I guess it's different enough from from every other looter shooter that people really, really like. There's a demo you can play of it up to level 7, and all your progress will carry over into the main game.
I might have to try that out then.
I don't really play those anymore, to be honest. Except for The Division, which I found pretty fun.
I'm still waiting on the mainline update for Warframe to drop, because the big Railjack overhaul they just did and added more content, as big as that patch was, it was not considered a mainline update.
I don't think I'm ever going to install Warframe again.
I'm not touching Warframe again myself. I'm sorry, it's too much of a grind.
They've basically broken any confidence I have in them anymore. It's just grind to make you buy things, and I'm not spending a dime more on it. Anyway, cutscene. Well, look at us, a pair of down-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glory. Yes, this should suffice. Now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The Real Griffin.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none. Courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
So much for that ruse working.
It worked well enough.
Eh.
I mean, he respected you, so I mean...
That and he didn't try to fight. He didn't really...
Well, he has no reason to.
He was also forthright with all of the stuff that you wanted to know.
Pretty much.
So he did that all for you out of respect, basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Well, Alphino is not exactly subtle at all. He's not exactly the best at subterfuge, then again, he's still young. Forgive me, we cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back.
Quarry Mill.
Alright, this is going to be fun. We take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alice if we are all we had learned. I will join you in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Sure, I know it makes no sense that I'm wearing this in Thanalin, but, you know, I like the thematic carrying of it. Just like on Paladin, where I'm pretty much always going to use the four-tone shield. Which I'm pretty sure a lot of people do. So it doesn't exactly make me unique, but I find the story significance appealing.
You really like riding dragons, don't you?
Well, I think we've already established that fact, haven't we?
He likes them extra thick.
Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could spare your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Yida and Papalimo were here all along? English Chola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. But now we know we could be preparing to summon Ifrit as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there's naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. Players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. What else remaineth save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Alright, guys. Here we go. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions until we have braved the bowl of embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at a moment. Any moment. If you take any final impressions, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Alright, so go ahead and if you need to go to the restroom or anything, go ahead and do it now, guys. I'm going to be back in just a moment myself, and we'll go ahead and proceed onward.
I'm ready for the fight.
Yeah, I'm going through Heavensward on my alt account, and the very first cutscene, you know, when you're going over the bridge into Ishgard, and that's the first time you have Count Fortomp narrate. I didn't even skip it. I just let it play out so I could just hear him narrate again because I'm like, it's so good. As of this moment, I don't know.
What? I know what? Due to spoilers, I will not say.
Even before they just fucking die.
Yeah, for breakfast I had we went to Sonic. I got me one of their sausage toasters, but I added bacon. I had a large thing of tater tots and a thing of French toast sticks. It's actually really good. Yeah, Heavenward to me is kind of like a Pokemon game. It's like no matter how many times you go through it, that starting sequence of you coming to Ishgard, like when you go out for your first adventure in Pokemon, just never gets old. Mm-hmm.
Was that a goat? Sounds like a goat.
Oop. And oh,
there was a goat. I heard it.
No goat here.
Why not?
No goat.
Why
No
not?
goat. No.
Why,
No.
why
No.
not?
No.
Why
No.
not?
No.
Why
No.
not?
No. No goat.
Why not?
that was funny. Just looking over at your stream and seeing your avatar's mouth moving, but it's just static.
Why no goat?
That's no goat. No go.
That's not very nice.
Oh, you want goat? You want that bad? Look up goat seat.
No, I don't want. I don't think I want to know. Is that something I want to know? Because I don't think it's something I want to know.
Not familiar.
I mean, I don't have to be. It's not a requirement. Oh, I don't like that either.
'Cause it's awful.
You mean cursed? It's very
Thanks,
cursed.
I hate it. Ho ho!
That's a big thank you, big boy. No thank you.
No!
Hate all of it. Wish you'd stop.
No! I'm making food.
Hey,
Sorry for
thanks.
the delay.
That's okay, I guess.
Oops, someone died.
No! No one's dying on my watch.
Oh, great. Despite ongoing circumstances in the world, opening day of baseball is back.
Oh, that's so. Yeah.
Wait, what's going on? What am I missing? Huh? Ram?
Baseball's opening up again.
Opening day of
Yay.
baseball is today.
Wait, what?
Baseball.
Major League Baseball first games are today.
Oh. I hope they have a mandatory reduced seating.
I don't know how they're going to do it.
They
I
better.
know they played pretty much all of last season, a shortened season, with no fans.
That's how they... Go and have people playing with their balls.
You want to hear something that I saw a couple of days ago? I saw, and I quote:
COVID-19 vaccination site will close for 2 days to move for an anime convention. Actually, it was an anime swap meet, but you know.
I for an anime.
I don't know, man. Don't ask me.
Sounds like pretty.
Maybe. Definitely, yeah.
Also, I just looked at the time and I heard a backup alert on a truck outside. Our garbage men are 2 hours late.
Sometimes it's important. You don't know.
No, it just seems like every week, like they are on the dot 5 after 8. They come and pick up our garbage, but this week they're 2 hours late for some reason.
Are you gonna reach out and say, "Hey, we're worried about you"?
I just thought it was funny.
You know,
I've done something strange for our trash pickup people when I was living in Idaho. I had an old garbage table that I had to throw out. So I set that beside the trash cans, set out 2 bottles of water, and a couple of McGriddles.
Well, that just sounds wholesome.
Considering when I happened to be filling my cup with tea out of the window when they got there, when they opened the wrappers of the McGriddles, steam was coming off of them, and they were like, "Hot food."
Live letter from the producer is tomorrow, but I can't watch it. Every time I think of the words "the producers," it reminds me of the 2 hecklers from the Muppets.
I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah, and I hope to never see it again. Ah!
Oh, dude, you need to watch
Back in the
old
day, it
stuff.
was great comedy.
Dude, the hecklers especially, like, there's a whole bit that's not related to the Muppets, but Siskel and Ebert had the hecklers from the Muppets, and they were going at it for a good 10 minutes, and I couldn't breathe from laughing so hard.
I wonder if somebody's compiled all of the heckler skits.
There's a pretty big compilation. Well, there's a couple of big compilations on YouTube, I think. There's also one of the songs that the Count did, but every time he says the word Count, they censor it. So instead of it sounding like him saying Count, it sounds like him saying the F word. Oh, it's fucking great.
Count from Sesame Street.
Mm-hmm. It's great. If you listen to it when they censor it, it's great.
And is the character aware of this?
Yeah.
Huh?
Character aware he's being censored.
No, this is like obviously like internet meme stuff, but it's like it's hysterical when you think about it.
Oh God.
I am not rubbing my foot in your face. This is damn it, Patrick. That was Patrick.
No, you dorks.
Sometimes unnecessary censorship is great.
Yes, because it leaves things to the imagination. Your mind goes into very terrible places.
I was watching a video that was somebody reviewing something, and every so often they'd cut off a word, and I would get caught off guard by it. I was dying. It was great.
I really need a fucking soundboard. I think that could add a lot of.
Stupidity.
Stupidity?
Stupidity.
Ay 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 ay. Pepis.
Boopy.
Everything becomes Pepis.
I don't want that. I don't think I want that. Is there a way to turn it off?
You can change it to Conk. Conk or Pepis.
Hold the vine, Conk.
Alrighty. Cutscene time! Alright, where's the controller? Proceed!
That was a sneeze I did not hold in.
Here we go, cutscene.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent. Carbuncle, defend me!
It played
I
fetch.
sense you will offer more than mere target practice.
The carbuncle
Unlike
ate
your
itself.
sister.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
I think this one gave me trouble a while back, but that was ages ago.
You shall fall soon enough.
No escape! It ends now. What? The chains!
snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
It's kind of funny how you never see how
No matter.
how much of a badass he is.
A lot of you in one fell swoop. Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat.
I forgot what I have to do. Just beat up the mage.
Yeah, I think so.
Gonna have to get the cleric out of the way first.
Make ready! They come!
And here we go. Finale! And how am I supposed to help her? Is there an action I take?
I have no clue.
There's a thing in front of her that you're supposed to interact with.
There it is.
Blade of light.
Cloud.
Sorry.
And here we go. Alright, bitch!
Smack.
Finish it! And it's done.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
And kaboom!
Not like this.
Woo! Cutscene.
Alize!
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean...
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, We must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and
That's
there
okay,
take
Jack.
unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light.
Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf. As your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
It would seem we are in southern Padawan again. Ophelia is doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. Good. Showers are good for you. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. Ending to mark a new beginning. Forgive me, my thoughts are elsewhere. This, when I know full well, there is yet to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice the lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Yida and Papalymo. They must finish searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. You must be tired, Thel. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst, but I've never been one to confide in... You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you'd simply betrayed us. Yes, Reaper. Would that it have been another way? Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. If that's what you want to do, Reaper, you're entitled to do so. I think you're missing out, but that's my opinion on the matter. I understand why you did that. Could have sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have courage to make that choice. In other words, you didn't do it. Okay. Good. Then you're being a good Durgy. You are a butt. We already know this. Even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. They'll forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken a toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee into a refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Till then, warrior of light. Dummy thick Durgan.
So while I will say that I do not know any of the events of Shadowbringers or late into Stormblood, I do know that the way I interpreted that entire cutscene is the Warriors of Darkness are essentially
1.0.
They're trying to correct what happened in 1.0.
Yes, and you can't help but stare at it, can you, Reaper? You like Midgar Sormir's booty.
That dragon do be hauling a lot of junk in the trunk, though.
All the dragons are dummy thick in this game. Except the long ones.
I'm calling the police.
Why is that?
Y'all too thirsty for dummy thick dragons.
Oh, actually, go down the list. I don't believe it. The crystals, Menphilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now, I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. Must be deceit, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Science. We have been away too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that when we return, we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges you have faced in our absence. Gods, I absolutely agree. It's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear what everyone's adventures. You're funny, Jack. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida! Ida! Ralgar be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. It hasn't really been so long that you don't remember me. It's Gundebold. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. I do not think less of her. Don't think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Meadow. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida here has always been full of fire, even to the first volunteer for a mission. Till the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we're still the Circle of Knowing back then. Right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it's all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a long day for all of us. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask.
For those of you that are keeping track, there's a very good reason why this cutscene was very awkward.
You don't need to tell anyone that. I'm quite sure they can imagine that. I'm pretty sure I already remember the answer, but I'm not going to go saying it out loud.
It felt awkward.
Let's not go spoiling anything for anyone.
I know absolutely nothing.
Egg.
Egg. Egg.
Egg.
Egg.
Egg.
Can I offer you a nice egg in these trying times?
Egg.
Egg.
Return to egg.
I'd rather not.
Well, that's what you'd say to Tristan. Funny thing is, he has a channel redemption where it turns his avatar back into an egg for a while.
Poof.
It's kind of stupid, but I love it. Needn't say a word, Val. No. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she will always be with us. Even if she was told, a mother tends to know things like that. Even if they're not a mother by blood. Well, too bad. You must smite the ladybug. Smite the vile bug. Because you're probably going to end up killing a lot of them when you level the other classes, too. Welcome home, Thel. I trust your journey was uneventful. Pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here. We can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took an opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl, and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, would meet to discuss the future.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people.
and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
To adventure. What else?
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Thel, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we have suffered, the tragedies we've overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here, and where the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know. We will find out together.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand. Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Yep, it's leading up to the new expansion. Well, not the new one. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet. I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you could say the same of your pawn. You get what you wanted then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to the Surfeit, light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. So follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns of whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I now present to you. Yeah, you knew that would come back to bite us in the ass, didn't you? The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes for weal or woe. Here's the thing, Elidipus is smart. He knows he just needs to put something in the right place in the hands of the right or wrong man. And then watch from the sidelines. So it was here all along. Oh, Nero, you can't help but get yourself involved in shit at every turn. Oh, just you wait, my prince. You and I are going to have so much fun. The thing is, I don't think he serves Garlemald anymore at any rate. Tataru. Ah, Thel, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? Probably. All he cares about is getting a one-up on Sid Garland. That's all he cares about. I need you to meet you at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Map. Or don't... Oh. Okay, so it's local. Woo! Yay. Scram. Waddle waddle Midgard Sormir. I don't know why, it's sometimes just funny to make the big boy walk around on the ground. He big boy. Chunky chunky. Big chungus. Sorry to drag you away from your duties, but I said it won't take long. Just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Oh shit! Don't look the look of that Taru Taru. Not Taru Taru. Right, everybody, ready to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes.
I don't.
Oh, that devious look on her face. Oh, God. Oh, fuck.
I don't like those sounds.
Oh, dear, what the fuck? It sounded like they yanked his tail and he yowled. There! All finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement. From heroic head to intrepid toe. You could have just asked, you little shit. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All the same, Thel. All in good time.
Fucking...
That's something you likely should have done on your account page. Yeah.
Sounds pretty suspect on that. Holy crap.
Unfortunately, I don't really remember where it goes. It's fine, don't worry about it. I don't really need anything that comes from the program anymore. The thing is, I just like people to have that friendship circlet because it helps leveling. So it really wouldn't matter if you used my code or someone else's. But let me see if I can find the way to enter it.
I'm right here, I can look.
Oh, if you would. But I'm already pasting the main page for it. I don't know if it has everything they need. Aha! Found you! Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but it seems to think it's very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. So I basically got mugged for my measurements. Oh, God. Oh, Tataru. The sound effects they put in were not reassuring. Hey, I occasionally play those.
Miss anything?
Cutscene.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will
It'll be in the
ultimately diminished
account
should we continue
under
to act in
enter
ignorance of each
recruitment
other's
code.
efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
That's on your Mog station. Gotta go to Mog station.
Forward. Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness, help! I need some help here!
Oh, shit.
What?
Something going down!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I...
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, My efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Mog Station is your
Agreed.
account management.
I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
Darius, you gotta remember, that thing is overzealous. What were you trying to post?
The ill tidings from
The Mog Station. The link to the Mog Station.
Alright. Go ahead and just post it in the voice text.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice.
Because I can post it.
'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught
That's really
us
it?
that such costs are
Seriously?
not to be ignored or denied.
Mogstation.com, and it sends you to secure.square-enix.com/apps/svc/mogstation.
Anyway,
Embrace
cutscene.
them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Gotta try not to get the, overspeak the cutscene. Actually, to be able to see them. Story is good. How's it going, Fire?
Apparently your retainer sold something.
Oh.
Says you are no longer selling items in the Ishgard markets.
Oh. Apparently it sold all of them?
I don't know what it sold.
Oh, funky. Might have to check on that, see if I get money.
Money, 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 money.
Money. Cutscene. Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Amaric. It is good to see you, my friend. But a pity that you must fall under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would... But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Redania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require a suitable expert. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloop that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Now, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speeds you on your way. You have no other business in the city. Join me at the Gates of Judgment. I must ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarcely dry on the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience by still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would set the garrison ready to defend the border. Lovely Durgan wings. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Thel? You may see a familiar face. Manalane! Well, old boy, how wonderful to see you! And Sir Amaric, too! To what do I owe these unprecedented pleasures? I'll have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroy. We shall be on our way. Lucia is a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. I don't know what to tell you then. I wouldn't worry about it over much, though. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus, we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see. You have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. It might be. I really don't know what to tell you, though, Jack. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet, we can but play the hand we're dealt. And with a little help from the veterans and Honorroy's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. I have to say, it was kind of cool seeing him grow up. Fun watching all the characters grow, honestly. New Gridania! Oh. See if you like the game before you buy it, though, Jack. I don't want you to invest in something that you're not sure about. Just remember, it is a subscription-based game as well. So think of that in your assessment. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Blackshroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Welcome to our visitors, God. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. It's like we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Hello, Osiris. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. You doing okay? The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. And the Limsa party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sayamric. Admiral, always a pleasure. Anthel, I trust you are well. It's a day for reunions, it seems, and I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master Thel, I was glad to hear that from Real, and the missing scions have now been found. I don't know why, but every time I look at Merylweb, she strikes me as a freaking bird of prey with that face and swept hair. She's scary, lady. There's much and more I would like to discuss with you, but let us first attend the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of
That's good to
theirs
hear
is a
you're
fool
okay.
if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
And thus we begin the lead up.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's
Looking for
defenses
something,
seems
Ember?
eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest.
I think
course
there was a
available.
notebook in there,
Indeed, the
but I don't
only
know about
reasonable one.
in the tool chest. One of the drawers, I forgot which.
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Well, you had a nap earlier, Ember. Because I'd like to do it once I finish the lead up to Stormblood. Don't fall asleep, please. Your naps usually take you at least 30 minutes to rouse from. Good. You have yet to depart. I fear I missed you. Damaric? Master Alphino, pleasure as always. Mr. Salisay, wonderful to see you thus fully recovered. Pardon the interruption. I was hoped to thank Thel for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation. Force of habit kept me in the shadows. No apologies necessary, Mr. Yugiri. I'm most grateful to your introduction when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid in this matter is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Saramurk. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. This game is on sale now. Oh, cool. If you think you like it, go for it. There is a trial, though, if you want to do that before spending your money. But I don't know how long that sale will last. I'd recommend getting the full collection version, though, rather than the starter edition. So glad we were to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. Let's return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Whoa, half off. Nice. That's not bad. If you think about going for it, go for it. Just bear in mind, it is a subscription game, though. Know that full well going in. That was the last of the bag. We're probably going to need some. Yeah, cat food, probably some cat litter. But yeah, if you want to see more of the game, feel free to check my YouTube channel, Osiris. You can go ahead and skip about some of the videos and see if you like what kind of gameplay you see. You don't simply have to take my word for it. I think the gameplay speaks best in that way. Additionally, you might be able to ask some of the other people around the community. Other fellows who've played it include Kazuma G. Shep, if you're wanting another opinion, as well as Chubi Sonoka. Actually, I think I shall pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Yida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Yep. Just try not to spoil it too much for yourself, because, let's be honest, we're definitely in spoiler territory here. So, as much as it pains me to say it, if you plan on playing this and do not want it spoiled, it might be better to not pay too close attention to the cutscene. Alright. I just want to make sure that that's plain.
I will say it's a very good game.
Well, it is a very good game, Atarios. Also, Final Fantasy XI is pretty good too, if you can find it on sale. I actually am subscribed to both of them. And I stream both. It's kind of funny, this channel has taken a Final Fantasy bent lately because I was just so worn out with Ratchet and Clank. Then again, I played all the way through Crack in Time without a break. So, yeah.
You played through Crack in what?
Ratchet and Clank at Crack in Time.
Oh. Discord has this thing where it'll cut out people like halfway through what they're saying.
Oh, it just cut it out at the perfect moment for you to hear that, didn't it?
Yeah, it was like Ratchet and Clank, a crack. And I was like, a crack what?
Well, of course. Here's the thing. They never stopped being goofy about it. But I think they started being a bit more quote-unquote cinematic and less crass and silly as time went on. Which, honestly, I kind of think they missed a bit of the charm. Welcome back, Phil. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad of all the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I'll ever feel at home in the realm of politics. Hey, he just shrugs. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Griffin, Griffin, on the wall. Who's the baddest of them all? Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and others will not be long. I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick check of my retainer to get any goodies from him.
Also, I don't know if it was someone in the. I don't know if it was in this Discord or if it was from my FC's Discord. The voice actress that did the voice of Yugiri was murdered by her husband.
That's not something to talk about here, I don't think, right now. But that is terrible. Unfortunately, scumbags are around every corner.
What did you sell that was worth that much?
That was multiple things. I've been selling out my old stuff. I still have a Realm Reborn materials that I haven't gotten rid of. I've been slowly bleeding them into the market.
I've been trying to, but nobody will buy it.
Well, that's why you got to adjust your prices.
I have.
80,000. No.
The man's making money.
Another 50,000. There we go. I'm gonna have to fill up their little spots to market again.
You have a Lala retainer?
Yeah, I do. And he's a swarthy bastard. Oh god, it's hot in here now.
It's getting hot in here.
Up here.
So take off all your clothes.
Huh? What throws it at? You're not gonna have enough time for a nap in you, but feel free to flop. Ah, you were returned from the council. What of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friends. I trust that I had not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? Will she be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Conjurer is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. Sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, have committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Orzian Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's walls, secret passages dug by the Resistance provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. We are all in agreement. I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. Not as familiar as I with me, you mean? Say, what do you want I'm coming to? I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. You would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi. I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kral and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviers? I will return to the East Shroud and watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on hand. Why to prevail you to accompany, Thel? Gridania will be safer for your presence. While it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, I'd ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Alrighty. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray to attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn without delay. The nearby watchtower offers unobstructed view of Balesaw's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Shit gonna get real. Real quick. Hey, as long as you're having fun, Jack, that's what matters. It allows you to play, that's a good thing. Ah, Thel, there you are. Come. Amarisic Spire waits. The Alliance officers on the platform are to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting you two here. We are about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say 12 watch over you, and I doubt you have need of divine detection, if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alpha, no. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Harry, a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than on the neck. So which is it to be? It'll be best to decide before we enter negotiation. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. Talking part I leave to you. Dejected Malafell. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the Spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Well, that was a very, eventful landing, wasn't it? Welcome, Warrior of Light, here to speak with our commanding officer. You'll find them at the observation platform. Okay, proceed. Greetings, my friends. It is good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here. See, and the sight of you helped remind him why we bothered. He serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say it's an honor to stand at your side. It's heartening indeed to see the realm's most defenders before us, thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. You know, I think you spoke too soon, dude. Report? What? 7 hells fighting has broken out on top of the wall? A full-scale assault? So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they were wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. He gave no such order. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded in deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. Those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts. The Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could mean to incite a rebellion amongst the populace, while the Imperial reserves are being hard-pressed to contain. Eosia, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Well, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the 2 of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from this course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion will work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid skirmishing, if we can do that... I sense a dungeon coming up, if anyone's interested. Lady Hilda, might I ask you to have an airship ready to bear the scions to safety? Ah, I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through this storm. Yep, they played right into his hands. He knew exactly what he was doing. Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs on us suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. And thusly, shit shall hit the fan. As per Marshal Terrapin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light your way forward. Here we go. What Papalima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. I know I would not propose such a course if there was no other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make the position all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Baelsar's Wall, now accessible. Alrighty. Alright. Be right back, just a moment. You gonna join Aterios? Alright, here we go. Last call, Aterios, if you're there. Or anyone else.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What are you doing?
I'm about to do Baelsar's Wall.
Let me flip back over to Aterios real quick.
Round around.
I'm thinking someone's gonna walk in the Belmont right now.
No idea. I can invite either way. Well, you're not online yet.
I should be now.
Aterios Venari. Now you show up. Alright, here we go. Comments. Oh wait, hang on. Hang on, I forgot something.
You had it unsynced, didn't you?
Yeah, I had it unsynced. That would be a bad idea, I think. Alright, that should fix it. There we go, now it's doing a normal party. I think this is the last dungeon before Stormblood, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Big wet kitty.
The itty bitty wet kitty committee.
I think I've taken to just glamoring glasses onto into most outfits because they are one of the few things that shows up.
I don't like primarily any of the glasses in this game. I tried looking for a few pairs for my older Tia cat dad that's tied into Aterios' lore, but I couldn't find a suitable pair. And I looked, and I'm just like, I don't like the glasses in this game.
I think Nez Pints would be a better thing than the ones with the frames, because you can see they just, like, are caught in the hair instead of over the ears instead. I like that those things have human-looking teeth. They're creepy. Why such a long queue? Q. E.
It's mainly because it's something that doesn't come up very often, that you only really get people doing it for the first time.
It's going like, this isn't something I want to repeat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good news.
What?
For the first time in the history of me playing this game, last night I did World of Darkness, and we did not wipe once.
Cool.
Granted, I had to raise 5 members of my party before I myself went down, but hey, a 5-for-1 trade ain't bad. That's the problem, though. Like, all my friends that are in-game, high-level people, when they run lower-level content, that's one thing they scream about all the time, is the healer's not healing. That's all I primarily do is heal. You know, I'm spamming Cure, I'm spamming Medica. Occasionally I'll throw in, you know, my DPS stuff just for, like, damage over time.
Well, the thing is, at high-end stuff, you need all the damage you can throw in.
Yeah. Also, I found out last night how annoying holy spam is.
Why? Because it was burning your retinas?
That and just the...
Yeah.
The sound.
What I like to do is come in, and as the tank is gearing up, I go ahead and regain just as they start getting hit. Then I immediately use the instacast and then holy. And depending on how much damage they're taking, I just start going into holy spam if it's a big group.
I've done a mix of that, but I also will I will use Medica too, and then I will switch over into going into DPS mode. And then when I notice the party's health getting low, I swap back over to Medica and Cure if I need to.
Beep.
So it's just trying to find a good balance of both DPS and healing.
Which can be a bastard sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Q for me. Da-da-da-dun-da-dun-da-dun.
Also, paying attention to your MP is very important.
The
one thing I will say that I'm glad that they removed, even though I know you were probably not a fan of that, was the TP system.
TP? I don't really have anything to say about it. I think the class should have HP and then one other thing to manage. Maybe a few things like stacks or buffs or other stuff, but Why does everyone need a TP bar at all times? This isn't Final Fantasy XI. Where it functions kind of like a limit break that you then match the type you're doing with all your party members to deal a huge fuck ton of damage.
I don't know, but basically, I think we've talked about this, is the fact that they're going to be reducing like the damage you do, and then also the boss's HP, but they also have not mentioned whether or not they're going to reduce the damage the boss with, which I hope they do, because if not, that would make stuff really complicated.
Well, I don't like the fact that they're wanting the healers to be focusing more on nothing but healing.
I think that is primarily stems from the outcry of, like, a lot of my friends, especially, that in certain cases, healers are so focused on DPS that they're not healing.
Well, that's just a healer that can't balance their shit worth or damn. Also, before you have them start complaining about it, maybe the tanks should start thinking about whether or not they're spreading out their mitigation abilities properly. Because let's be honest, most of them are fucking stupid. Most people are stupid. At least I've come to believe that, at least.
I mean, I do try to balance out my mitigations now. It's like I try to, like, I look at the situation and go, okay, am I going to need this right now, or am I going to need this in a few seconds? As opposed to just going, oh, I've got buttons, I can push all the buttons.
Well, you have multiple mitigations. Usually I just go ahead and spread them over a fight, because here's the thing. You're only going to need to activate multiples of them if you're going to have a massive spike in damage to kill you outright. Usually that's telegraphed. And there's usually abilities like the ones that make you pretty much unkillable for a period that you use dead for that. The idea is to flatten the curve so the healer has less to worry about. You can manage it. You're a white mage.
Yeah, on my alt I am.
But yeah, if they really do that to healers, I guarantee you're going to see healers become more needed than tanks, period, in the next expansion.
I just wonder what Sage is going to play like. I know that they are changing, like, because there's going to be, like, your shield healers and then the other ones.
Honestly, I kind of wish they'd introduce new kinds of mechanics that people can utilize to prevent damage, like crowd controlling, making that more of a thing again. But I sincerely doubt they'll do that when the community has shown an absolute disdain for anything of mechanical complexity. Like, here's the thing. If you had something like some of the raids from World of Warcraft when it came out with, say, towards the end of it, like Naxxramas, people would lose their fucking shit.
I'd tell you something that would be interesting, although I don't know if it would fit within the gameplay of 14. So, you know in Warframe how Mag has her bubble ability where she can suck all the enemies into the center of it? Give a class that type of ability to be able to pull the adds together, but then give it an additional effect like stunning them for like 4 seconds. Kind of like Holy does.
Just have a tank do that, and then the healer starts blasting them with Holy. Because here's the thing. What if you actually had a healer that actually dealt with crowd control as well? Who dealt on preventing enemies from dealing damage, instead of just healing?
Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting too, you know? It's kind of like... Again, I'm going to reference Warframe for a second. Trinity is seen as a quote-unquote healer, but not in the traditional sense of, like, her healing stuff. But, you know, she can also do, like, Energy Vampire, which drains energy from enemies, and all this other stuff. Now, the problem with that is the fact that since the Hellman system and since several different things were put into the game, they have really weakened her in terms of, like, what she's versatile for, because she used to be good for the Eidolon runs and a bunch of other things, and now it's just like, well, there's no point.
Confined to irrelevant. But yeah, I think it'd be cool if you could actually set it up where... The thing is, I feel that older MMOs just had more freedom in what you could do. And how you could approach fights. Unfortunately, everyone likes to optimize the fun out of everything. They go like, I want to get this content done in the most efficient way possible. Meh. And so, as some of the writers of D&D said, players will optimize the fun out of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Any game, I want a game where people cannot create a meta, which is almost impossible.
Yeah, in some regards it is min-maxing the hell out of it. But take for example the game that I quit, Dead by Daylight. The only reason, like one of the biggest reasons why I quit that game was because it felt worse than a boring office desk job to play, because you were going against different killers with different abilities, but they were all running exactly the same perks, slowdown perks, end game perks, stuff like that. Literally the same builds over and over and over and over. There was literally no variety, and they all played the same way too.
Like, come on, at least do something interesting. Ah. Like, one of the other cool things, multi-class systems. Those are fun.
Yeah, you mean, are you talking about like the system like 14 tried to have in its early days?
No, I'm talking about 11. I don't know 14 in its early days. I just know what I've experienced of 11 so far, and I'm liking that.
Oh, well, there was stuff like, you could have, like, your shield-wielding mages, like Black Mage. There was actually a subclass called the Sentinel that you could learn, and it was funny, because a Black Mage could run up to the enemy and just bash them with a shield and stun them.
Now, one of the cool things that I think would be neat is MMOs, I think, should play more on the fact that it is a big world. And you should be given abilities. Each class should be given abilities that make sense for that class. And you should basically be charged with figuring out how to use those abilities to best figure your way through.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine if you came to a point where you just go like, oh, I can't do this at this class, and then change over. Like, there's probably going to be ways to do it as multiple different classes, but some may be more apparent than others. Like, you can fight your way through, you can use stealth in other older MMOs, things like that. There's all sorts of options.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems we're just confining ourselves to formulaic repetition. Now, that said, the gameplay, I think, in modern MMOs are their weakest point. And I really feel that we could benefit by having games that had more mechanical depth, rather than just surface level deep. The thing that I think really saves Final Fantasy XIV, though, is the story. Basically, the story, the music, the environments, everything else comes and shores up the gameplay.
I don't know. I still love the gameplay of 14.
I feel it's confining, stifling. I feel that way about a lot of modern MMOs. Like, why not just say, hey, here's the tools you can access. You might be able to get some other tools. Here, hunt you out the door and say, figure it out.
Yeah, that's like when I started 11. I'm like, where the fuck is my weapon? How do I do this? Why is everything through the menu system?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people take one look at that and don't realize it as an opportunity to figure things out and solve a puzzle. They just go like, too hard. Rage quit.
I didn't rage quit. I just ran out on my free trial.
Like,
I was actually kind of like getting it, like learning it, and kind of getting into it a little bit.
It has interesting story too, apparently. Is it shoved in your face. 14? No. 14 puts you on the treadmill, and then you're on it for the long haul. Another game that I think is really good for kind of just making your own fun and figuring out what the hell you want to do is Mabinogi.
Never heard of it.
It's pretty fun. Just avoid the cash shop. It's a temptation that will fuck you in the end. I say this from experience. I am ashamed to admit that I ended up spending way too much money on that game. However, it had lots of good story. It was a weird combination of anime and Celtic stories.
I will say the one game that I enjoy that's not so much an MMO.
Here we go.
Oh shit, I'm not playing healing class. Okay. DPS, got it. I'm gonna be honest with Chief, I only ran this one, so I don't remember it.
Don't worry about it. It's probably not going to be too bad. Whoa, healer, come on. You're making me nervous. Ooh, bright lights. Owie! Die, damn it. Didn't want to spend that, but hey. Impossible, this latest design! I love how the guy just sits there dead ass in the seat.
Damn it, I didn't roll high enough on that. What was your roll on that?
Don't remember. 97.
Oh, now I remember this section. This section's a little bit weird.
Probably just going to be assaulted while moving through the little thing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Okay, treasure topper. I'm not getting that one.
Wait a minute, what's making Windows sounds? I'm stuck! There we go. Ooh, crab battle. Crabby time. Okay, I don't know what that was for anyway. Whoa, laser beams. Are you supposed to just stay still when that happens?
I don't know.
Because I am very confused. Oh yeah, you don't move. If you move, it blows you up.
Well, at least the dancer's laughing about it. There we go.
Alright, I finally get to swipe that fucking smirk off your face with an axe, you asshat.
Don't stand in bad.
Fucking die, Ilbert.
I have you
now. We didn't get one killed.
How'd you like this?
Oh, that was a tight one, wasn't it? Oh, no. We're fucked.
Sloppy.
How to focus on what?
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For al amigo!
The restraint collar. Oh, that darn thing. Why is it better to kill an edge sword?
No idea.
Oh sure, follow the guy who's never done it before. That sounds like a great idea.
How'd you like these?
Ah, fuck! I got hit by it.
Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Al Amigo!
All right, right here.
I have you now. How'd you like these? Yeah!
Hey, Sai, how's it going? Sorry, I'm kind of not paying attention right this second.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Sloppy. For Al Amigo! I have you now. How'd you like these?
All right.
Sloppy.
You raving arsehole. It's time, probably time to almost limit break him. Go for it.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
I was already ahead of you on that one.
There we go. Welcome inside. And cutscene time, guys. Well, I like to. What if I want to?
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come. We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
Awesome, Sai.
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly? Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us. What are we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Yep, you kicked the hornet's nest.
Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand?
You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free al amigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible!
We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days. Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil. Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go! I think he means now! I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Hey. Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. You knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore that same look right before. You think I didn't know that? I know, alright, I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Elbud caught us all off guard. Even Thel was powerless to stop him. You must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise me you will never forget what Papillon strove to protect and the lessons he tried to teach. Don't speak to me. Leave Yida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions all. Pray, make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others for our imminent return. Yay. Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something for heaven's sake. Would seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the Griffin's mask we found the grinning face of our old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had the possession of the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dreadful power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12th. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, and I am certain Papillimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. The depths of the Sea of Cloud, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected Wraither ages, no mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. Now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryal, I have need of your assistance. Aye? Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light, ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to set much through the barrier, but we shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us begin at be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Arkan Y'shtola and her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will of act. Desire to come for Ida, doubtless, foundeth this her unseen haste. I too must contend with the grievous loss of mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of the cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be poor tribute to Papillimo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have purchased was too dear a price for us to squander it. Goes out forever. And with that, I think it's time to go ahead and draw it to a close for now. Much as I'd like to just power on till the very end of the expansion, I think it's time to go ahead and take a... So, go ahead and find some lovely person to raid and whatnot, and go from there. Let's see, who have we got? I think I know who I want to go. I know someone with another nice adventure we can go ahead and visit. A very cute person, too. But first, you want to see when we go live so we can go ahead and continue the story? Take a look at our social links. Discord, Twitter, and YouTube. So, that being said, we likely will continue this story at least around 7 a.m. Eastern Time. I might do a night stream again for another game like 11 or something like that again, but for the normal stream time, it's going to be more Final Fantasy XIV. So, that being said, we're going to go ahead and raid the Kibaru and boop the Fennec on the snoot, because of course, why wouldn't? It's time for the boop. Thank you all for coming. Loved having you here. And I will see you guys next time. Doodles for now.
Where are these small suns coming from? I thought we cleared this district. Are they springing from their graves? Block the passage, quick!